Why, hello. Let's figure out what we're doing today. We have this all doing pretty good. This doesn't extend further because it is in a single column. I would like it to extend further when it's expanded, though, I think. But I think we can do that pretty easily. Let's tweak that. There's a couple things we got to do. A couple things to start with, right? We got a whole bunch of stuff to do. But to begin with, let me launch this again. I want to get this a little bit tidier, like I just said. We have a bug where if I delete this tile and if I try to connect to it, it's going to crash because I didn't nail check that. Important to do. We need to tidy that up. So that's a couple little things to kind of get some momentum, get us rolling, right? The other thing that's next, I think, is to get drag and drop working. And that's why I want to fix that nil check issue before we do that. Because we're going to be in there again, right? And I don't think it's actually going to really apply to dragging and dropping so much, but we'll kind of burn that bridge when we get there. And then we'll have to think about the paint mode and if we truly want to implement that or not. But also of interest to us is Cogent Core has made a breaking change. They merged, we looked at the other day, they had a great big PR that was in progress to rework their rendering and painting and stuff like that, right? They say that their website should be faster now, which is nice, right? The docs. We could actually... Let's go test that. I'll have to reload. Might be faster. Hard to say. It would have been good to have a side-by-side comparison, right? But anywho, that should be faster, which is nice. The font styling stuff has changed. That might break some stuff. They do call it as breaking changes. We're not using the Paint API at this point, so that's probably fine. The text editor API has changed. This might be a problem. Maybe. We'll see. This part specifically we'll have to do. But I think that we can probably get away with just this. We'll see. They've updated the docs. I should have opened that in a new page. New editor, but they say... text editor to text core. Text core.new editor. Okay, right. Because it used to be text editor on new editor, I think. Or .new or something. Anywho. So we will have to do that for sure. Some options have been renamed. Hopefully there's nothing that we're using that they didn't include, but we have this option. And I don't think we're using anything parse in Cogent, so that should be fine. Everything else should be good, right? But we're going to do this. We're going to hold off on this update until either something breaks that forces us to do it, or until we're done with the map editor. And then we'll do a PR just to bump the version. That way we stay current, right? So that's interesting. And they also have a roadmap for their V1. So they are planning to, we can close that, it's fine. They want to do some stuff by the end of August. So cleaning up and stabilizing, this might break stuff, we'll see. We don't really care about translation support right now. We're going to need our own localization stuff probably, but if we can use this, it'd be great. Docs and tutorials will be a welcome addition. I don't particularly care myself about their apps, but they also have a pretty hefty bug list that they want to focus on knocking the high priorities out, which makes good sense to me, right? And there's some specific stuff here. Widgets on toolbars not working. That sounds important, right? That might impact us. We don't need SQL stuff. Title gets random artifacts. That's interesting. Resizing window changing the widget size might be related to some of the stuff we've encountered, right? Maybe? I don't know. A crash when resizing. I know we've seen a little bit of weirdness around resizing stuff, but good things for them to focus on, right? Super excited about that. Excited to see them be able to get some of those hopefully taken care of soon, right? But for today, we're going to start with let's figure out this if we can easily do the form being 2 columns in this view. That's going to be in connection edit widget, where we create or new the custom widget dialog. That's our prompt. This is our delete. Right here, if we do this, and we say, I think it was that. Let's actually check the docs. Let's open up a new window for that. Close all the others. And look at the columns, which lived in frame? Stretch? No. Might have been under style. Might have also been under styles. Columns is 2. It was a different I don't think it was columns. Number of columns to use. Okay, maybe it is. I thought that was the number of columns that we have. But there was it was like call span. Here we go, right here. Call span. And that is capital S. Let's see if that'll get us to where we want to be. Oh, I didn't drag you out. That's what's going on. Let's drag you out. Get myself situated here. We'll run this again. And let's go double check connection form. Yeah, you're set to grow. We have row and column and row span, but row span not supported, not currently supported. Don't know if there's a way for me to inspect the grid, really. Frame 3, frame 1, frame 4, connection. Yeah, that doesn't really look like it's occupying 2, does it? See. Call span is set to 2. Those are set to 0, so it should just figure itself out. Your style. Your flex, and that's because, oops, I closed the inspector. It's because the call, ooh, maybe that's part of the problem. This is where we're set to column, right? Nope, that's still flex. This is grid. And if my highlighting was working again, it would be beneficial to me in trying to figure this out. Action 1, frame 0, 0, 1, you. All of you are under here, which is display grid. So yeah, it should be, theoretically, taking up 2 columns. Sure doesn't look like it, though. Okay, we're going to leave that for now, though. I don't want to get too wrapped up in this. We'll leave it the way it is, and see what happens after we update, right? When that day comes. For now, do quick commit for that. Tell the connection form widget to use 2 columns. No visible change yet. Maybe Gogent bug. We're just going to leave that there. The next thing is the nil checking our clicky, which is going to be we register the on-click awaiter and click awaiter. We run it. The click awaiter is build connections. No. Where did we put that? It's part of add connection button. We set all that up. Click awaiter. Is handler, which gets passed to us here, which comes from here. New connection handler. Right here. Let's see. Let's think. All of that. We can just do if target room is nil. But we probably don't want to just do that. We're probably going to want to snack bar it. Message snack bar, that's what you are. Off the frame. And it's actually not a message snack bar, it's going to be an error. Well, because we don't have an actual error object, we'll just use message snack bar. It will say target area is not a valid room, or destination is not a valid room. Or yeah. Let's just leave it there. Maybe that's quite sufficient. Let's give that a quick test. Oops, wrong tab. Here we go. And then if we delete you, yes. And I come here and I'm like, I want to connect this. Oop, nope, still no bueno. Game map tile go 183 because game map tile 183. This is going to be location, I bet you. But let's go take a look to be sure we're on the right track. It's going to be this right here, I bet. Yes, right there. Because we've checked the widget here. This isn't really target room. This is target button. And if the map tile is nil, it would probably be more correct to call it like target widget. Try our test again. Connect. Destination not a valid room. Fantastic. Let's try, how about let's try that. And then we'll call you if it's nil, a room. Configured? Sure, let's try that. We should also, while we're kind of swatting these little tiny things, little tiny, not really bugs, but like this one's a bug. Little tiny tasks, we should want to get this up there a little bit better. There we go. Perfect. I also want this to probably scroll. Like we got scroll issues everywhere that we need to kind of tighten up. But let's do a quick commit here. Don't crash if we try to connect an empty tile. And I should also try real quick. I should try connecting to another connection room just for, like, if you misclick, right? So delete our friend here again just because. Connect. Click the wrong thing out of habit. Okay, that just reselects us. Okay. Does that break anything? That still works. That still works. Ooh, we need to handle clicking crazy stuff, right? Because this is a valid. And we can't do that. That makes... Well, we can, actually. There's nothing that says they have to be connected to one another. We don't UI it right now yet. But we'll leave that in there for now. We probably want to... It's going to take changes to the map as well, because right now we don't have a way to really store them in a different way, or that signifies they are not a direct connection, right? So we're just going to leave that. It appears what is handling when we select a non here we should do I think this should be to non-room tile. Like, we handle it correctly. We just need to UI it, right? To say, hey, you're doing something crazy here. So if I come in here and I go boop, boop, unable to connect to non-room tile. Perfect. Okay. We should probably also clear selections. Oh, actually, I've done this wrong. This is going to display always if we're not clicking on a room. We don't want that. Else, if eb.clickawaiter not equals no, then we do this and we nil that afterwards. That way we handle. So, no message, no message. Delete you. Still, oh, I gotta wait for that one to go away real quick. Still no message. Connect that. We should. We're not getting it. Why aren't we getting it? Ah, because I've made another silly mistake. Here. Because this, I just didn't read. This only fires if it is nil, right? Let's try this again. Unable to connect to non-room tile. Okay, that part's good. But I also want to I don't want it to select that. See, you are once again hacking away at the mud. That's some good persistence. I mean, it's kind of persistence, but it's also just kind of fun, right? Like, I can't explain why because it's a stupid project, but I find it very compelling. Yeah, there we go. This needs to also trigger an update though, because we didn't get this didn't clear. Fun doesn't need to be explained or have a reason, IMO. I mean, yeah, there is that. One could make a really solid argument though that I should be spending this time on something that might have commercial viability. And I would have nothing to say except for, yeah, probably. And then that doesn't have a room configured, still working, happy. But if I come in here and give you a room, then I'm back to working connections. All right, perfect. Better handle, or rather display information to user when a connection is clicked. Just add a room, clear the click awaiter, and don't change selection. I should click instead of a room when connecting tiles. You could spin up a good mud server and have a premium tier with cosmetic items for them as would like to support the project. Never know. I mean, yeah, maybe. I've been thinking kind of in the background about what to do with this thing, right? I would like the engine to be something somebody else could use, but we get into a bunch of stuff where, like, to make it a usable engine, it really needs to be something you need to have the source code to, right? So that you can change anything that doesn't suit you. And then it's on you to do what you want to do with that after that point, right? Once you've forked or modified. The idea is to be reasonably complete enough that you could do it without doing that, but, like, there's always going to be somebody. So that leans towards open source, which is fine. But, like, open source projects don't pay bills unless you're curl or somebody, right? or Linux. Like, that just doesn't work. And in order for it to keep being maintained, it has to have some kind of return on the time invested in maintaining it, or completely turn it over to community maintenance, or you know, there's lots of different ways. Question then becomes whether you want to open source it or whether there's a market for mud game engines. Exactly. Right. So that is, and, like, there's a little bit of a hobbyist sort of following still. Like, there's a subreddit and everything. But it's not huge, right? So I don't know. And I've kind of just kicking that can down the road because it's really something I only need to worry about once I have something somebody wants to use. Hi to you as well. How's it going? And the wind has just picked up into a dust storm, so I gotta go close the windows really quick. I'll be right back. There we go. I will miss the airflow, but I'd rather not have that than have dust inside. It's good, sir. How are you? We're doing all right. Doing all right. Okay. So, next. We've done that. We have, I think, all the pieces in place, and it's time to figure out drag and drop, I think. We're going to start with the tiles because they'll be easier, I think. And that's going to look like... I guess the question becomes, do we immediately apply the change as soon as you drag it over? Or do we make it a temporary change, right? Do you still click save to commit the change? Probably. Probably. Our map tile just fires a message when it's clicked. Hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. The thing is that still a good idea? Probably. We could put it into the Cogent event system. I don't know if I want to, though. I'm going to leave it for now. Or are we? Now would be kind of the time. Let me see if it makes... Let's get detecting of a drag and drop event working first and see kind of where that leads us thoughts-wise. And I think concepts maybe? No, maybe event. Could be. I think there was a different hover, long press. I think we're just going to do something crazy. We're just going to kind of YOLO this real quick with like my vague recollection of what I found once upon a time and my general cogentness. The tile in the form, so templates bar. Or start it with rooms. The template that we construct here. I think this has to be in a styler. Set abilities, true. Draggable. Droppable. Let's see if that lets me at least drag it out of there, right? Nothing will be listening to it. How good is JetBrains Goland? I prefer JetBrains products, but you know, if you don't, if you want to use VS Code or something else, like that's IDEs are very much a personal preference thing, and there's nothing wrong with making either of those choices, as long as you're not using Emacs, which I say in jest completely. Like if that's your jam, then do it up. Whatever makes you happy. I use NVim. Well, you're only half wrong. I'm joking. I can't seem to drag and drop you. So it's not, but that might also be my own failing here. Let's see if a thing. Right, that's type gen. If a thing has that ability but no event, is that an issue? What if I did on drag? I don't know if this makes sense. No, I wouldn't do that here. I would need to try to set that up in here first. There I would add it to the listeners to allow you to do that. I just want to... I think it'd be on just frame. On... Okay. Time to go digging in Docsland. YOLOing. Mixed results. Concepts, maybe. Abilities. That doesn't help me any. Where was it that there was a drag and a drop? It was in... File picker? No. File tree. No. Drag and drop. Here we go. Where do you live for realsies, though? I look forward to them fixing their docs. Defer. I don't see... Am I blind? Go back. Drag and drop. Events, drag and drop. Don't see one. Drag start. Okay. Is Cogent Core Golang template engine? It's a UI library. Package, whatever you want to call it, framework. Built-in Go, yes. I don't seem to have, and maybe that's because you're a frame? Do you need to be a widget? No. Why not JS frameworks for UI or vanilla JS? Because I don't like JavaScript. Right? Like you're claiming over here that an event sequence drop is sent, but I didn't see drop either. Confusing. Mouse drag event. Okay. No. Also no. Okay, we have is drag. We had mouse, which are slightly different than keyboard events, right? Let's see here. Key on key chord versus these are just the built-ins that don't. On. Okay, so we can do on. What if we did that? Just on. And then specifically we say events dot drag start. Okay. Let's see if we can. See if we can get this to log. No. I wonder if it needs to be selectable as well. Hate is a very strong word. It's the correct word for my opinion of JavaScript. Okay. We need to look at because the docs are insufficient, we need to go into something that's already set up to do this, theoretically, and look at what they're doing. Which I hate doing, but it's what we got. We decided that it was file tree? No. File picker? Which one? These don't seem to drag and drop. I thought I was just here. Maybe I'm losing my mind. It's entirely possible. Chooser? Nope, that's one of those. Yes, right. Table. There we go. Okay. Drag and drop to add and remove. And oh, I wonder if. Well, no. There's another event for external drop, I think. So it shouldn't be a case of like dragging a thing into it as these events, but maybe. Let's take a look. At table. Looking here for. I don't see any of those, but you probably wouldn't because it probably is just in the base widget or something. New add, sort slice, sort column. Okay, I don't see any other drag and drop though. Look at the Slack channel real quickly. I thought I saw somebody talking about see reference to slidable here. Let me double check. That's in the second case. That... It looks like he doesn't actually have Petter docs on it available there. What if it's clickable? Maybe that's tied in. Right, table is not used. Of course it isn't, because that. You can also try slidable. No loggy logs. Let's do... a quick sanity check here. Okay, yeah, that fires. I get clicked. Interestingly, only when I'm out here, but that's fine. We'll burn that bridge later. Not the other ones. Draggable. Droppable. Droppable means it can receive drag, enter, drag, leave, and drop events. Okay, so we wouldn't put droppable on this. That's for the receiving widget. And just in case that somehow makes things wonky, we'll do a quick... yeah, no... I guess I can do... a looky look here in their example apps. Maybe Task Manager? Marbles? What have we here? Oh. Okay. That's cool. It's not what I want, though. I don't know if I'd call that marbles. I was expecting, like, you know, the game of marbles, like throwing marbles at things. Other marbles, notably. Let's go back to core events. Drag. I see drop. Are you in mouse, perhaps? Drag. New mouse drag, okay. Not immensely useful to me. But, what if I did mouse drag? I don't know what the difference would be between that and drag, but, you know. Okay, so I got dragging. Not there, but in here. Specifically only when I'm dragging within here, but that's okay. When a draggable element is active, sufficient distance of mouse drag events. I don't see it. Take a look here. Oh, looks like Twitch had an issue. Maybe? Welcome me back to the chat room. Alright, still counting. Drag moves from mouse drag event during the drag and drop sequence. The draggable element is active and a sufficient distance of mouse drag events has occurred. But how do I... Let's do... It's weird that it's not firing that. Because we can see mouse drag. Always sent when there's a mouse, when the mouse is moving and there's a button down, even if there might be other high level events too. But start of a drag and drop event sequence. Would you... Maybe I need to register the event out here? Shouldn't be, but, you know... We'll experiment. No. Doubt that, but you know, we'll see. Maybe. Not getting any event. Okay. Let's go look at their docs and see if we can find a different example. Maybe tree. Maybe tree is draggable. Okay. Claims it is. I don't see a whole lot of drag and drop happening. Events, changes, value. The other thing we can do... Event tracing on. It's going to be really noisy, but nothing there. Is that not? Let's go full event trace then. Mouse drag, slide move. Mouse drag is firing correctly. Lots of enter and leaves. It's firing all these slide events, and I wonder if that's where I'm going wrong. Let's turn you off real quick. Jeez, it's windy out there today. What if we tell you you're slidable too? Just for funsies. And let's do... Slide start. Sets the sliding state. Okay. Slidable. Give you a go. Okay, slide start worked. But why doesn't draggable work then? Slider element that can be dragged. Okay. So we don't want that for sure. Cannot be both draggable and slidable. Okay. That makes a degree of sense, right? What if we were to look in to state? Perhaps this is tied in. This isn't helpful, really. Can our tabs be... Let's see. Indications that they might be. What is a mud engine? It's a game engine that runs a mud game. Mud being multi-user dungeon, which would be like if you could play Zork on the internet with your friends. XYZ. Oh, that's a 3D widget. We don't want that. Chooser. I don't think we want a canvas either. Oh, hey. They do have a collapser widget. It's alright. I like mine better. Right-clicking. Context. Scene context. Right, that's all the same. Snack bar. Not snack bar, splits. I wonder if, because this is a drag, right? Or is it a slide? We can look at a split. New splits. And we can see there's widgets down there, all of that. That sets the splits. Collapsed. Don't need all that. Handle position. Restore child style splits. Size down. Position. It's probably just for building them in there. The handle represents draggable handle. Okay, here we go. Clickable, focusable, hoverable, slidable. Ah. Slide move. Parent widget, point to rel position. Send change. So that uses slidable. Let's go. Look at you. Clean up some of that. Make sure we don't have you in. Maybe the ability to have a drag is on something inside of here instead of on this directly, like we just saw with handle. List base. Drag and drop. Dragged indexes. Okay, draggable, droppable. Drag start. They have clickable as well. Hey Jazz, how's it going? How's your Monday? How's your Monday as well, Ash? Forgot to ask, I think. Let's go look at drag start. First widgets. Mime data. Okay. Still tired, but also fine. Got some news regarding the interview you had? No, not yet. It was, so that she said 3 days tops. That was on Thursday. So Friday, today, tomorrow. So either today or tomorrow. Today's getting a little short, but we'll see. And then I told her that if I didn't hear from her, actually I have an email. I told her that if I didn't hear from her by Wednesday, I would follow up. That's just telling me I'm on YouTube. So patient it is. Yes, patience it is. Tomorrow I'll follow up one last time with the guy who ghosted me, probably. And then I'm just going to assume I was ghosted and never speak to them again. My level of optimism on any of that is pretty much just like, meh. In fact, tomorrow I'll probably spend most of my day figuring out what I want to try next for work for a couple years. And then trying to pick a place where I can look for that and where I need to be. I'm paid here. My rent for the slot is paid here until the 30th. So that's a Friday. So like, we'll see how that works out scheduling wise, but I need to be on the road someplace next week, basically, either middle or end. Or trying to find work here, I guess. I could do, but I don't really want to be here for much longer. I'm already here longer than I initially planned, but, you know, it's fine. That's kind of part of the life. Let's just wait and see what tomorrow brings. I mean, yes, but I do this thing where I compulsively plan because I'm just used to the world screwing me over, right? So, like, until I have reason not to, I will plan for not hearing back, basically, and get together some kind of forward path. That's how I stay sane. Okay, so they're getting... I wonder if it's related to specifically the set of things... Oh, and I just had another dumb idea. What if I'm dumb? It's been known to happen. What if I need to set the abilities in here and not after? And we'll leave that. That's fine. I just hope to be able to enjoy you and your content for a long time, my dear Mongoose. Yeah, I think... you know, when I started this, it was just kind of like I need something to do with my time to help keep me sane and keep me working on things and keep me going, right? Just to not succumb to apathy and anxiety. But I really enjoy it. And I think it's going to be a part of what I want to continue trying to do. I still think that long term, I need to become self-employed, right? I'm tired of the game of the industry where everybody gets laid off, you know, every couple of years. I'm really, really tired of that. And I just need to figure out a way to make it economically viable to not be doing that. And I think that streaming is has given me the most positive feedback of anything I've tried since I've been laid off, right? I'm showing growth, slow but steady, which is more than I thought because I stream very niche content. Like, people want to see goofiness and absurdity, right? That's kind of like that's what the advice of everybody is. But I think that there was a Simone Yetch. She's the Bad Robots lady. She did a video like last week, I think, and she was like, if you want to try this, then just do it, because the world is a really big place and there's going to be weirdos like you out there who like doing whatever weird thing you like doing, right? And that's kind of what I've started to see, is that, you know, I a lot of people bounce off, but that's fine. They're kind of just self-selecting for what content they are interested in. The people that want to see me and what I'm doing, here you are, right? So I just need to get in front of enough of you. And it's not like even if I was to hit affiliate today, which I won't, like that, it's still not going to pay that much. Like, you have to be big to make it viable, but I think it could be a part of something. I don't know what that is just yet. Yeah, here we are. I know for a fact there are a lot of good things for you to come. I just know. See, that's the other kind of weird thing, is that lately I've just had like this gut feeling that, like, yeah, everything sucks, right? The job market's horrible. Lots of people are getting laid off. But I've had like this weird low level like anticipation almost. Like, I think it feels like something is about to happen, right? And I can't explain it. It's just like this gut feeling of there's something coming. Be that like, I don't know, the whole world, like maybe the AI hype bubble crashes tomorrow and we all get jobs again. That'd be cool too, right? But I don't know. It's a weird feeling. But I'm just like, huh, that's interesting. And I'm just going to keep on keeping on and figuring out what to do, you know, until something happens. Yep, guts are never wrong, actually. That's also something I know for a fact. I mean, maybe. Like, there is something to that, but it's also easy to read too much into it, right? I don't know. We'll see. I am cautiously optimistic about the future of everything, let's just say. That's a nice way to put a bow on that. Okay, so draggable. And you know that I'm just going to keep doing what I tell everybody who comes in here and says, everything sucks, what do I do? I'm just going to keep saying, yeah, try to keep your head up and just try to keep building things, and let's leave that. And I'm just going to follow my own advice, right? Because there's not much else you can do. Okay, and no. If everything fails, just become a JavaScript developer. Don't be ashamed. I think I'm good. Thanks. I think I would rather become a welder or something. A carpenter. Draggable, droppable, clickable. Oh. 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 Am I listening to the wrong place? Is that it? Am I dumb? Entirely possible. Well, not that at least. Cursor shouldn't have any bearing on this, you would think. Clickable, draggable, droppable, because, right? If it's not read-only, fire these events. Is there mouse drag? Is it because we're raising this event somehow manually inside of here? Maybe that's part. It's referenced here and here. That doesn't help me. That's just grid index. So that's kind of the same creature. Except for this lives inside of the thing they put in. Okay, yeah, that's fine. This is in their add at. This is in the context menu. We handle events. Mouse move. Why? Cursors play when there's no row being hovered. That shouldn't be related. I guess we can try. It shouldn't matter, but double clickable. Triple clickable. That's everything that they... Clickable, double clickable, triple clickable, draggable, droppable. It's everything they have in the same ability set. And yet, not getting the event. I guess the other thing we could try is sneezing because there's a dust storm. Let's look at their tables, what we're looking at right here, right? Yes, table. Table. Okay. That's cool. I broke it. Let's try that again, eh? So, clicking and dragging does not work there, but is read-only where do you get set? This base. Oh. Make value. Go back up top here. Init. Maker. What calls maker, I wonder? It's a style, okay. So let's play with this since this is live. Is that can I set state like that? I think I can. I would be able to do that. Oop. At least as far as compilers or the linter's concerned. And the compiler, I guess. So if I was to do that, nothing. Can I? Where would that? It wouldn't. I guess I could do. I do that? I did... that, and then... we need... did I just accidentally click on a link instead of clicking out? Damn it. Not abilities, right? State? Set state? Pretty sure. Okay, I'm missing... Okay, wow, that did work. Is this... Okay, so it defaults to that, okay. So why... What am I missing that I don't get events? Do I need to... This is somehow related to this needing to be... No event. We don't even want you to be droppable. Not you. Other people need to be, but not you. Specifically the room button. What am I missing? Let's look. If if we inspect this, which doesn't open in a new window, which is deeply annoying. But, select elements. This element. I mean, look at the style. Scrollable, scrollable unattended. None of that is set. Oops, did I select the wrong... There we go. Attended. Last activatable elements. Okay. And then if I run my shiz, I inspect. What are you wiggling for, Discord icon? Stop it. I already looked at that. Frame 1. Tabs 1. Rooms. Room template. Style. Oh, you didn't get... Why did you not get... Room form 0... Room form 0 got draggable. Would that matter? Because, right, this is room form, so that should be the one that's draggable. We just put you inside of there. Load you. Each of you that go inside of the room template should be draggable. The other thing we could do... We know scrolling is kind of wonky inside of tabs. Can I do this? It's the same thing. I see no... Ah. I had events there for a second. Why do I not reliably get them? What's going on? Make a little room just to make sure. Why this? It's almost like I had it there too. Okay. Drag start, but only within when it's within this. Which doesn't super help me, right? And not consistently. What the heck? There, it worked. It's like... Okay, so it's only... where exactly? Right there worked. Because... it's only... in the child... or when you're not on one of the children. Okay. If the child objects are in the way, so to speak. Right. So over here... Okay, so it's a selection issue. It's not going on to the entire widget. Why not? And how do? I got wonky. And in fact, I got all of them I get the outers events here too when I did that. Okay, so if we take this out of here and we go back to draggable out here, can I duplicate my success? Yes. But again, only... So this out here, no. This right here, yes. Deeply confusing. So like the padding isn't draggable? Like I could understand being over top of a child object, but... Exit room again. It works if I'm over this. And in fact, it works if I'm over this. No, wait, oh, I thought I did. Look at my inspector. Frame, not room, or not connections, rooms. You. So it doesn't go on the room form 0. Room template, room form is you. Mm. Just for fun. That works. Now that doesn't work. Okay. So it's not directly the padding, but there is something for sure wonky about it. Okay, well. If I do that on the internal thing we create here, can still get it to fire up there. Or can I? I can't. I got to do once. Oh, there it goes. It was just... That was obnoxious. Not reliable. I'll put you on text. Oh, that's not a styler, silly. We don't even need that because you're not. Let's try it here for a test. Now it's not working at all. Deeply confusing. That works now. That worked. It's almost like the event's getting stuck. It's like the click gets stuck. think what do they do over here? Draggable gets set here. It has a lister. So all of these get set with the draggable ability as well. And I wonder if that's part of this. And everything ends up getting tied. Drag start, we end up calling this internal deal. In all cases where we're not read-only and we see this event. So what if we did a similar pattern here, and our drag is only to print for now, and we do that. Right, this doesn't need to be a function. It is a function. Here we go. Which should be equivalent to what they've done here. And they just do stuff and things. Including, so we have access to the scene from here. That's interesting. Events, drag start, the widget. Okay, so they're basically like raising the, so maybe we actually need to do that ultimately. But for now, we just want to see this getting fired every time, right? So what we can do here, theoretically, we go to our styler, docs for stuff and also things. Let's get out of this. Where are we? There we are. Okay, so if we were to style, multiple widgets right here. If we were to do the same thing we did, or the same thing they did here for this, but over here we do rf dot set on child added func in tree.node core.as widget the node dot styler func that we do let's also just do this. Because we're going to need this in a second. This widget, set abilities, draggable is true, and then we do on drag start the event drag start E. If I understand correctly what they're doing, this is more or less the same effect, but less manual. Well, I guess there isn't really manual either, but they're just doing different things. Drag start. Not there. Not there. It's like it's stuck again. It's like it doesn't get the key up or something. Drag start. Drag start. I wonder... Oh, have I done this? Have I been very silly? Is it because we're only logging inside of here? The templates bar. You can be set there, that's probably fine. Now that we know that there's a scene that we can access, which is interesting. Didn't know about that. Not there. Not there. Debug. Event trace. Not keyboard events. Mouse down. I am getting drag starts. They're just not. Drag start. Mouse drag. I can't tell for sure if there's a drag start. There's just too much noise, but they're being thrown somewhere. But where? What about you? No. What if we go all the way up? We look here. After we set up the body. And we just here say, hey, whenever the body gets this drag start event, log or print. No. See if I can tell. Mouse drag. The splits frame. Where's the drag start? Hopefully I have some. Drag start. Room form. So, the room form should be getting the event. Okay, let's take you back out of here. Room form 0. Room template. Room form should be in here. Let's turn that back on. Put you back in here. Nothing there. Did I remember? Yeah, says she's draggable. Let's go settings. Settings, debug, events. I can see drag events all day. I see slide moves and mouse drags. I don't see drag start. Oh, there it went right there. Okay. So again, if I don't drag over the children, it works. That's got to be related. Let's turn that off because it's noisy. Not seeing it fire though. When I turn off debug. Because again, it feels like it's getting stuck. Yeah, drag start. So it only works within that. Not in there as one would expect, kind of. If we do this, and we were to say, put it on the buttons, would that fix the bottom portion? Obviously the top would still be a problem, but you don't see drag start there. Don't see a drag start there. And it's my understanding that the event should bubble up. I guess we could do this. Now it works. Up until we pull focus out. Run you again. At least I think it's focus. So that worked. That worked. If I click over here, come back. No, it's still working now. Okay. Gonna throw a message in their Slack and see if somebody answers in a timely fashion. Set custom widget to draggable, and then print a message to console when the drag start event gets fired. This will work most of the time when I click and drag on that widget or text widgets inside of it. If I add other things like text editors or a frame to organize/style child widgets, the behavior becomes... Thank you, I know there's a dust storm. Becomes unpredictable quickly. What's the correct way to make an entire Custom widget draggable. And then we're going to clean all this mess up. All of our, actually, we could probably just do that because all of our experimental stuff we don't want to save. And I don't suspect that they will get back to me for a second or two at the very earliest, possibly not even today, depending on what, you know, what they got. It's still like, you know, work hours. We had to play, we had to learn. We're missing some fundamental understandings, I think. So we're going to move on to something else until we get something like that. And we're going to look at a couple other things that I would like to get going, I think. I'm almost wondering if we should make this and connection tile a custom widget. We've pulled them out, but if we made them a more official, cogent custom widget, it might behoove us, you know, it might benefit us in the future. And it would be kind of like the more correct way to do this also. And then we could clean up our naming as well. So I think I want to do that. First, though, I'm going to go use the restroom really quick. And then we're going to come back and start massaging this into shape. So I'll be right back. There we go. All right. So in order to make this a custom widget, we need to do this up top here. Let's start with room tile because it's a little bit simpler, I think. And then we need to pull this in as well for cogent reasons for now. Have a nice drink of water. Wash down some of this dust. Let's see here. Let's rename this room tile. Ooh, is this gonna break our... Hang on, let's cancel that. Our forms are more self-contained. I think it'll be okay. Let's leave this as widget though for now. This, ooh, we would really have to try. Everything would need to come out into all these arguments, all these parameters would have to come out into a into setter functions. But we'd be able to get rid of on click at least. Yeah, we reduce our parameter count. But we'd still have to set them. This would get wired into the events, kind of like we did over here. Maybe that's okay. I think update would go into updater. I think we're just gonna have to YOLO it. We got get her back, right? So you can just throw this away if we decide to hate it. How much of this can I actually salvage? Yeah, I still think this is worth it. Okay, so put you here. What we're going to do is going to leave that and kind of just add an additional one, and then we'll pull it out after we're done. We'll keep the name for now. We'll kind of borrow our setup up top here. that. I think if we do U, able to grow X and Y, but then we do not able to grow, but tell you to grow. And we say your max we'll need to track desired size, which can be units value, which should support no, this is for that. It's not value, it's something else. Where do we use that? Was it in connection tile? No. It was in... It was value. Let's just do this. That. This is W dot size X, size Y, and then everything else that we need to do in there is fine. Now we need a maker. Except for it's not RF, it's W. Tree dot plan. And here's where we start to do the setup. We won't need this anymore because we've set this. That's equivalent. Our button. This won't need to go there. This will need to be clickable. This is not abilities dot set. This is Set abilities. Selectable as well. I think we learned this lesson over here where we needed to set focusable and hoverable. Clickable, hoverable, focusable. I guess we don't need selectable. Probably. Maybe. We'll find out. I guess the other thing... we could make you a button. And then we wouldn't need to set this at all. We feel button right. We'd have to do this real quick. I don't know if this is going to work or not when we do that. But... oh, that's going to break everything. Hang on, let me put that back. Yes, do it anyway. Because then it gets confused in the refactor. We need to do that. And then we can do this. And then these guys would need to be set inside here like so. We're going to overwrite that a little bit, but we can use that as a base still. And then in here, what we would need to do it's fine, we can do you don't really need a lot of this if we do it this way, I think. We put... because button is your base type. Do we need that at all? We had to put an updater in our connection, and that lived within the maker. When we did that, but I don't know that we need this at all. We need an updater, which is a func. Where we just need to call you. And then we need to be able to put in I think we just need to change the signature of on click to be tile update function. Can I do that? Our update used to call our update func. We need to set that, but the tile update func, connection update func. Because we put you inside here. Okay, so we also need to do this as part of our updater. This is just W. What did I just new map tile widget? So that's W, yes. Connection update func, which we don't. Okay, we don't actually. Or we didn't save that previously. It's a function that takes, you have the signature right here, takes the coordinates, returns a list of widgets, so we can use U still. So that, oops. And then this is my view chords. And then in the range of my connections, call update data. This just becomes W. This becomes W. And then what we can do set the update function, which takes just an empty argument function. Do I need to do that? Maybe. Dot update func equals F. Yeah, probably. And then set connection update func and then this becomes connection update func equals F. Because I forgot to, this is the wrong signature. Coordinates dot point and returns list pointer to connection tile widget. I think that'll get us started. Let's go generate that real quick. That gives me my type gen, and then over here in map widget where I consume it, let's not do that just yet. Let's come up here to new map widget. Room tile. And this should be new room form. Or not, that's not right. There's my type gen. New widget. We can do that for now. We'll clean that up in a minute when we start yanking stuff out, but this becomes new widget. You still take the frame. We need to set... Oh, we also need to set the, set dimensions. X value, Y value. Size X equals X. Size Y equals Y. And we need map chords and view chords in here as well. That. And this is going to complain because my type gen actually that yeah, I don't want you to be in here. Map chords. That's set dimension. This should probably be singular. And this will be tile width full, height full, set. So what was grid at? Tile width. This is the on click. Which we also need to make sure I think we just get from button. Which just becomes tile handler. A room tile. Why is that? It's because we build things with map knowledge when we do that. So this wouldn't actually need to be this. How do I want to do this? This could just go to on the tile widget. I really think I'm going to want to pull these out into the event system. I don't like it. Like, we still need the event system for a lot of things, but I think this probably belongs in it. But this is not aware. Okay, yeah, that's why we did this. It's because the edit bar is not aware of this, of the map widget. It's its own thing. So that's probably still fine. We need to set connection update func. Get connection buttons. I guess we could also just do instead of this, it'd probably be tidier to just do a set set update func. Oh, we did that already. We do have that. Set update func. Tile handler goes in there. And then in here, when we do this, we say w dot on click func events event. We call our connection update func oh. This doesn't take game out tile? Silly. Or does? Ooh. Ooh. Right, because wait, how did I have this set up before? This is tile update func. This is this is grid at. No? On click, tile update func. Which gives me a game map tile. Grid at gives me the tile at the point. Update func. Let's fix this really quick. This used to be a func pointing to a widget. And this becomes onClick func is F. So I can do, so we had the dimensions, new room tile dot, onClick takes tile handler. And then this, oops, we just call that giving it ourselves. Except for we can't do that. We need to do set on click. Do 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 do. Hello, little ViewBot advertiser. Oops. Report. Spam. Bots. There might be a nicer way to do that, but for now we'll leave that. And then, okay, so then we come back to set our update func. Map chords. This used to be grid at, which would actually return a tile. So that's going to be slightly problematic. Map tile isn't getting set if we do that. What we should do instead of setting map chords is we should set tile. This becomes tile. Map tile equals T, and then map chords equals I don't know if it matters if we share this. This is just T location. You could actually probably get away with that. Get away with not having map chords, because we can get it from the map tile if it exists, right? We do need view chords because that is set map tile. That is a slightly different creature. Map.grid at Newformint X index, Y index. Whoa. There we go. View grids is that. Our tile size. Set on click, we give it the handler. Update func. On click used to be here. We gave it the parent. Which was that. Game map tile. View coordinates. X and Y size. The on click. Tile update func. Set update func. Oh. Because I forgot to put the parameter in there. There we go. Brad, this seems to happen every day, but I'm getting sleepy again. I know, right? Can't go a single day without just falling asleep. Don't know what this is all about, but I think I'll go get some sleep. Sounds like a good plan, man. Have a good night. I'll catch you on Friday. If you're around. I hope your evening was productive and or as relaxing as you hoped. You're getting old. Jazz coming in hot. If so, I've been getting old for as long as I remember. I mean, kind of. Kind of. That is how time works. Must have caught some genetics from my parents when I was young. Yes. Blame our parents. That's solid strategy. And then this, my update func. Yeah, I forgot to put params in there. Update func. Return tile update func. Yeah, okay. That's why. Because I put myself inside of there. That's why. So I did this a funky way. I desire to try to clean this up a great deal. You two have a good time with the rest of this today. I'll drop by on Friday, see how it's going. Excellent. Hopefully we'll have answers about clicky things. But this is worthwhile too, so. So that's why this used to be this. So this actually just becomes my game map tile location. That. Ah, forgot to return. Yeah, definitely want to clean this up after I get it refactored. If I can. Hopefully. Okay, so that should then be using all the new stuff over here. Theoretically, everything should work. Close, not quite. I'm missing my updater here. I would need to do... do update data. Guess we would just need to... that if and then I can actually do this here. Theoretically. It's like you're not buttony. Oop, I broke stuff. Connection tile. Got wonky, that's fine. It's because I'm not adding it to the tree. What is the correct way for me to add you to the tree? In custom widget land. Frame 0. We come down. You're here. You are a widget. You actually have text. So you're in there, I just can't see you. Oh, that needs to be button now, I think. There we go. That's better. Whoop, that didn't work. 169 out of edit bar. Set selected. Because there's no more inner button. Let's get rid of that real quick. Don't need that anymore. Don't need you anymore. In fact, nothing's using you anymore at all. So we can just yank you completely now. Let's see, where else? Right here. We just need to clear that. Where else do we have you? Somewhere else. Type gen. Type gen, type gen. Don't need this anymore. There we go. Let's see, inner button, asserted map tile. We need to in here. You are just the tile now. Except for now, can't use you as a type of button. Associated tiles. That's fine. You can become that. And then ooh, I now have a cyclical import because you can't be, because you be. What if you're a widget? Then I can't append you. Oh, I'm type asserting anyway. Do I need to? We'll revisit this. Right, because we need to know. Crap. Let me roll this back real quick. We need a more elegant solution to this particular section. Get you back to where we were. Okay, so. And we can't do that because you're a room tile widget, not a core button. But we could do. We can do that temporarily. Can you get rid of that? That's what we're going to do until we fix it better. If we can. Hopefully we can. Hopefully that fixes all of my cyclical imports. I don't think there's any others. Okay. Oop, that didn't work, huh? Coordinates go, okay. New edit bar. Edit bar, .go 253. That. Because we don't use map chords anymore. Makes sense. That's fine. Did we... We don't use that anymore either. Well, that should have set. Hang on. That goes away. That should have set that. If this still panics, then I will not be surprised. But it will mean that something isn't setting the tile. But it works. So why weren't you getting set? I don't really know. But I don't think I care. I want to get rid of it. I'll worry about it if it bites me again. Where else was that? Tile widget map chords. That does need to go away. Edit bar 174. That. Okay, that's good. Not edit bar. This, I think we're good for the refactoring portion of just getting it switched over. We'll need to run go generate again real quick, but incidentally, it seems to have fixed our scraggly line endings or grid alignments, which is interesting. Let's do one more generate and make sure everything looks good there. Some of this will need to change, but that's fine. We changed skill DC type gen. Oop, what happened here? Redeclared. Okay. You take it out manually for now. It's fine. We'll fix it when we start making this a little bit nicer. The skill DC type gen. Why did you change? And how did you change? Connection form. Oh, you got new type. Delete on click. Right. So let's do this. Yeah, it's fine. I don't care. Refactor. We'll just explain it in here. Refactor room tile to be a custom widget. Things back to working. Rerun. Go generate. That'll be fine for now. Because that'll give us a place to fall back to as we kind of noodle through getting this into a better state. I've never been completely happy with this, and every time it gets a little bit better. So, dimension, that's fine. Tile and view chords, I don't really see a way around. That just kind of has to be provided to this particular widget because it won't know where it lives if you don't. So map tile view coordinates dimension on click. Giving it this. We need to pull events out. This we can pull in over here easy, I think. I think we just do that. We just need to pull this over to here instead of tile widget. It's just W. Ooh, this part. That's right. Forgot about that. Back that up for just a second. This part we could bring in easy, but the message bus stuff. Because when we create this, edit bar, we don't want to tell it about the map widget. It doesn't need to know about that specifically, right? Could do is put this into an on-click. This stuff goes in there, easy peasy. And we just register all of this onto the new room tile. That would start to get us away from having that, which then would mean it doesn't need to go in here, which then would mean it doesn't need to come and get stored in here, which means this doesn't even need to exist at all. And then this, same deal. Doesn't need to exist at all, I think. But I also don't think that... Well, okay, yes, we registered this on each one because we wanted to be able to hit escape. And escape only goes to the focused widget. We fought that with this, with the connections when we did our custom. Which isn't a correct custom, it's just a janky custom. So that's why we did those. That makes sense. We should also, though... Okay, yeah, we do set handled. Good. Register it on each room because the focused widget will get the event. The I want to know more about the event. As position and stuff like that. I think this has to stay here because we tackle this with the message bus because of the focus issues, right? Where events live. That's why we had to handle it ourselves. I'm getting tired too. Going to catch some sleep and let the stream run. Hope to see you on Friday. Until then, I wish you a nice week. Hey, you too. Bye-bye, Mongoose. Have yourself a wonderful night and try to have a good week. We'll catch you on Friday. So I think as ugly as it is, that kind of has to just stay in there. But moving it over here, I think is the right answer to that. Like it makes this function kind of just big and gnarly, but it keeps that out of this widget, which I like. The update stuff. Is there a better way we can do that? We could kind of combine this by saying not that. But if we did that and then not grid update func, but if we're gonna do that, why don't we just store the map? A pointer to the map. Then we can get rid of that. Oops. Then this would become oh, because then I don't. I guess that'd be fine for an update. I should know where I am. I don't even need this. Updater should take care of this. But this... Okay, that's going to be a problem if I don't... That's why I did it this way. For when I'm a newly added creature. So I would need to still have... We can get rid of that. This. I don't need that. View chords. Set map chords. That can live here. This will be not WC. set parent map. That. This becomes grid hat. This becomes if the coordinates are not nil, then we do this. And if your map tile isn't nil, we do that, or we do that. Or if it is nil, rather. In the update. Tile doesn't need to be set manually anymore. Here we can just say that should be fine. Well, that could run on the first. Don't know. Let's just go with it for now. Connection update. New is fine. I'm happy to have that. Connections there. That's fine. We need to we're going to do this. And then we're going to do that. And that's going to break a bunch of stuff. That's fine. Where did my type gen for this thing go? That's all fine. Get rid of that for now. So we need to do instead set map chords, which is increment that, and then set parent map that. This just becomes tile. All of that just becomes tile. Leave the strings alone. Ah, because you're silly me. You're a function now. And over here, a tile in this case. We just call update. Oh. Right. Because we're pulling the struct. Why did I do that? On a reselect. Ah, right. Yeah, we're extracting the tile from it. Let's see here. Template manager. Template manager needs to also get the memo about. That. Okay, so far so good. Shoot a 4-2. Let's delete our traditional. That's updated. If I delete the whole tile. Oop, that broke. Let's see, edit bar, tile go 152. That 152 is probably location. Edit bar 174. Yes. It's not getting nilled because we didn't update when we deleted. Got distracted. I'll call the update on that. Probably don't need to update it twice though. Update widgets, which should trigger updater. The tile is nil. Because crap. That's why we used to have location. Doesn't matter though, because as soon as we change it, it should get its stuff. We just put in a placeholder, right? So if we delete you, break. Crash and burn. Which is in coordinates 37, but below that tile 152. That's room tile. Tile 152. Coordinates new from int the location. Which is template manager 51. Tile the location. Which makes sense. But this should only be set if it has a location. Delete you somewhere else. Tile 152. Same deal. I guess I could just nil go if this is nil, just return nil. Maybe that's the more correct way to handle that. Let the consumer worry about how to represent a tile that has no location associated. Okay. Takes me to same place. Seems very silly to do that, but just for a quick test. Still blows up, but it blows up at coordinates. Edit bar 252. All right, hang on. Let's put this back. This is just silliness. This is why this had a location. But we've stored map coordinates, which we can just go ahead and do. That. Put this back. Because we're not getting that anywhere else. Put you in there. Whoa. Like that. And then, let's put this back. That's fine, I think, except for... Yeah, that's fine. That's all fine. We want to look for... Oops. Tile dot location. I don't seem to be using it anywhere anymore. Okay. I think, is that the only place? No, it's got to be in map widget. Yeah, there's something in here too. Okay. Oh boy. Refactoring, gotta love it. Edit bar 252. Got coordinates there. Let me just double check while I'm here. That. that okay. Good, and then... Alright, I think we're back to reliable there. Make sure... That's fine, that's the Cardinal 2. Alright, so, what did we do? We pulled out... This needs to stay, that needs to stay, that needs to stay. Those gotta stay. Might as well let those... Gen. Speaking of which, let's do that. Why are you unhappy? You should have... Yes. There you go. Took it a second. We can just do this. If we're going to go this route. We'll run that gen again. That's going to be that. These no longer are a function if we're going to go this route, which we might as well. Make sure we can launch again. We don't have anything else squirreled away someplace. I think we might have in template manager. Nope, looks like we're good there. Okay, groovy. Love that. All right, so this that's fine. I don't know why it wants to expose that, but that's fine. We'll let it just be type Jenny. Same with set connections. Because we consume connections. Well, I guess we could. Because you shouldn't really be setting them. They should be manual or built, right? And then we can do connection tile widget. What the heck did I just do there? That. Needs to be a function call. Rerun the generator. Should clean up that extraneous little guy. But it didn't. Ah, loading. There we go. It just took a second to refresh. There. Yeah. Good. Like it. We still have to give it the connection update funk, but don't know how else you would do that without knowledge of the greater map, right? Except for I know about the greater map now. I don't know about the view map, though. And it's a view map that is... I guess I could just put it in there. That would eliminate a lot of mass. And I don't need this if the... okay, yeah. Ooh, but view grid is not. View grid is a... That's why we did this. But it's just an empty. There's no reason we couldn't do that. And then dereference it there. And then I would need that. I would just need... Oh wait, that won't do anything. I need to make that manually because it's private. Ooh. This view grid, that's what they called it. Address of. No. That makes sense. I think the thing to do here would be to pull the view grid out of there and make it a more defined type. You know, I've been going for almost 4.5 hours. I'm going to call it a day here for right now. If you like this kind of thing, I usually stream 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday, ending on Monday. So if you show back up on Friday, I'll be here, more than likely, doing this some more. There's also a Discord in the About page, if that's your jam. And if not, hey, no worries. I'd love to see you all again at some point in time. And if not, you know what? Have a good time. Have a good day. Have a good week. All that. Yeah.